Okay, are we working now? Um, that's so annoying. Thank you. Okay, we're back. Desktop audio. What did you do? Yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. Sorry about that, folks. Windows update, of course, naturally, that means it has to change my audio settings for me just before I go into a live stream. Right, that's just Windows does. All right, let's options and music sound. Let's 1 sec here. Doopy doopy doo. There we are. We got yeah, there we are. Okay, cool. We now have game audio. That's nice. All right. So, yeah, welcome everybody. Hope you're all doing fine. It is the 27th of July. Where the heck is this year going? Their days, years don't feel long enough, you know what I mean? Um, 11:15 in the morning, Atlantic time. We're gonna dive in. I've got a little project. I've got a couple of projects I'm thinking about, want to talk about, so we'll do a little walk around, show you some stuff, and then we'll get into building something because, the point. All right. Multiplayer. Diggy Dig 2. All right. 1 sec here. That was going to be way too loud. Hit the wrong button. And yeah, okay, that's fine. All right. Okay. So this is eventually going to be a thing. Right now, this is just a design demo. I'm trying to figure out how to build this, and then I'll have to tear it apart, analyze, figure out how much material, take a bunch of screenshots, figure out take it apart, throw it all into a chest to find out what materials I'm going to need, and then that'll be my, and then I'll start building a rail line, I think. But in the meantime, it's a great look-off. But this is the idea. Powered rail, right? And each one of these spots is going to be there'll be a vertical that you can use to go up and down. I'm just trying to figure out how to do it so it looks better. I don't like it's cool to have the internal access line like this, but it causes another problem here, so then I have to figure that out. So yeah, basically figure out how to bury this access hatch, right? But right now, this is it. Is that two? Yeah, that's only the one block wide, which is exactly not enough, and it leaves this odd gap here. So I may wind up redesigning the base so it's notably bigger, so that I can hide a vertical access tunnel in it, right? But haven't decided yet. I haven't decided how important that is. But this is it. I think it looks okay. I think it would look a bit better if I had some dark oak, but this isn't bad. Really think using dark oak for the railings would really make it pop visually. But yeah. So there we are. That's going to be a long-term project. I got to figure out where the first. This is, like I say, this is my building lot. This is where I do tests and demos and tinker stuff up and figure out how I'm going to do things. So this isn't where this is going to be. I have to figure out where it's going to be to start with, and then that will dictate a lot about the rest of it. I'll show you what the problem is. Problem loosely defined. So, right, we are here. We're right at the edge of two map boundaries. We started, yeah, this is where this is both spawn as well as, um, where the base is. And the middle of the map, oh, here, let me just grab this and look at it, right? You can see the problem. So, to build a rail line, I would probably want to be notably more to the east of here. Because, yeah, I think it's just going to cause a bunch of problems to have it where it's at. So, probably, yeah, start the rail line, up to the east about halfway across, and then figure it out from there. But that's a thing, right? There we go. I hadn't noticed that before. What the hell? Does that not go there? That doesn't go there. Which means... Oh, that's interesting. Huh, okay. Yeah, that's... Something's not right here. I just realized that. Is that really north? Yeah, that is north. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So that funnel shape. Okay, so the unexplored is the bottom left corner. Yeah, like that. Weird. Does that mean that this isn't the right square for here? What's going on? No, bottom left corner. Okay, so that top left. That, yeah. Just, maybe just a quirk of the map. But that just doesn't look right to me. Like, there's two pieces here that just look like there's something wrong. Okay. Yeah, no, there's something weird going on here, and, just... Alright, we'll figure that out another time. But you can see what we're trying to... Anyway, you can see the idea. You know, I'd probably want to put the first rail station here. And then... This village over here is essentially deceased. There's nobody left alive there. And this village over here is populated. And then Thorgar, my armored assault dwarf, says that over around here he found another very busy village. So, yeah, there's lots of exploring that needs to get done. And it'll be interesting to see how this goes. But yeah, so the idea is to put a rail station here, and then probably down, and then do a left right. Basically a switching station down here, over to this village, and then over to that village, and then go from there, and probably down towards where this portal ruins are. Yeah. And then I want to explore some around this area eventually as well. There's so much to go look at in this game. We've barely scratched the surface. So, but yeah, I want to start building a rail line connecting the important stuff. Because I love trains. Let's just be honest there. Okay. Nap time. We'll go get a quick nap. Alright. Next thing we're going to check on are my two farms. I have... Okay, that's been not high enough to harvest yet. Let's go check on the other one. So I built a kelp farm. Right. It's proof of concept. It doesn't work very well. I need to take it apart and redo it. But, right, because, yeah, there's obvious problems. So I need, the idea is eventually to do some level of automation with it, but also maybe not. The biggest thing I need to sort out is the water currents so that it's properly, that the materials float to the surface, right, is the idea. That's what we would like to see happen, and then get carried by the water current down to the end. Once stuff gets into the water current, it works the way I want. So what I need to do is engineer the water current a bit better. So, that's going to be fussy stuff. I really don't... I need to rewatch a couple of tutorials on that. And of course, and then here, all goes into here, and we start loading up a kelp factory, right? So we got some dry kelp. Shove that in here. I need a bit of coal. Essentially, there's no point in running this until I've got a fair amount of material in there. That's the next problem I need to solve. Whoops. This is my project box. I've got a bunch of stuff in here that I need to sort out. But I'm just going to grab 2 pieces of coal here. Like I say, I may make this probably a 3rd row wider, and then we'll figure that out. But this was initially a proof of concept, just basically to prove that... oh, one sec here. Let's... Oh, ad break-in. Okay. I missed the ad. There we go. So the idea is to start producing enough kelp that we can start offsetting. We can start using it as an operations fuel. I may automate that one fully, just 1 for the fun of doing it, and 2, if the idea is to have a fully automated fuel supply, then yeah. So that's a thing. What else have I worked on? Yeah. Oh, right. This thing. It's ugly, but it works. Well, it mostly works. There's a weird glitch to it that I need to sort out, which is so mud slash claymaker, right? It doesn't always do what it's supposed to, right? Every once in a while, it spits the bottle out. It doesn't seem to know what to do with the empties, right? And so what happens is you get to this increasing problem where instead of actually processing, it grabs an empty and spits it out as opposed to using one of the full ones. And I don't know why that's the behavior. So that's kind of annoying. I need to work on that. And right. So, and again, like I say, I'm not sure why it does that. I think it's because it doesn't know the difference between an empty bottle and a full bottle. Like, it just knows to spit out a bottle. So, I probably need some method of removing the empties, but I don't know what that would be. Maybe a funnel on the... I don't know, maybe funnels there to drop the... but I don't know how that would work. So... Right? Nope. 3 for 3 that time. And we'll let this batch clay up. Right. So like I say, I'm not sure exactly what it's doing there. We'll go refill those. Okay. Okay. Well, that's interesting. All right, well. Got to be a better way to do this. Let me think about that. There's got to be a better way to do that. Oh, of course. All right. Well, maybe we're going to tear this down and do a rebuild. Where would I rebuild it at? I could do a bit of terraforming over here. Put it on the other side of the garden. Let's do that. Okay, I think I've got an idea. So, let's grab this stuff out of here. Because this whole bit about the bottles and everything is just kind of annoying. So, yeah, let's tear this thing down. And I think I've got a better idea. Here we go. Again, this was a proof of concept for me to try and determine if I liked it. Whatever, right? Okay. Let's go deal with this. So the clay goes in here for further processing. And Actually, I'll put and the mud goes in here for now. Okay, let's do that. The water bottles I'm just going to stash for now. Do I have... Oh. I think I've got a... Yeah, I do. Let's just grab a spare barrel. It's raining. Okay, we're just going to go over here. We're going to set this here for now. And we're going to move a bunch of stuff into it. The minecart is part of this project over here. Wow. Okay, apparently I need another barrel. However, grab that piece before it despawns. It's raining out. Oh, it's evening. Okay, we'll just call it a night. All right. Okay, so I need another barrel. Let's go grab that. Okay. Oh, okay, a bunch of stuff in here I need to put away. Let's... Okay. Okay. Right. We're doing okay on this front, aren't we? That goes up there. Cobwebs. What can we do with cobwebs? Not a lot, apparently. Okay, we'll save those for something for later. Books, I believe. Where am I keeping books? Up here. Okay. We'll stack the hay bales in here. That goes there. Don't need to keep the trees. We'll set that here. I'm gonna, under the category of it's probably string, we'll put it there. The eggs, the snowballs, the tags go over here. I'm the group I'm the group quartermaster, so I worry about keeping stuff stashed and all that. So that goes here. It's not quite what I meant. There we go. Apparently I'm going to need... Okay, that's a barrel. I'm going to need to put a double chest in there. You're running out of room. I like the barrels, just in terms of aesthetic and stuff, but yeah. There we go. That will do. No, it's not. Good. I need to set up a... okay, so where the hell did I put it? Oh, I remember now. We have a couple places we can trade that, of course, so we're stockpiling as opposed to incinerating now. And then... that gets that. Okay. Perfect. All right. I'm going to grab the not water out of here. Oop. Click the wrong things. There we go. All right. And then this stuff will go in here. And we're going to move this over here. Probably should just make another one, but... okay. Let's tear this down. Hey, Orbidity! How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Where's the auto sorting system for all my stuff? It's awaiting. It's awaiting 1.2.8. I'll tell you why. Current auto sorters are stupid. They really are. They don't actually. Well, I'll show you the problem. Let me go. Let's go for a walk and a talk. Actually, whoa. First, important thing to do. Guest book. Here we go. All right. Let me go show you the way redstone auto sorting is done right now, and you'll understand the problem. All right. So, looks cool, right? Iron ingots here, copper ingots here, gold ingots here. Cool, right? Let me show you something. This is the infrastructure required to auto-sort. Each one of these is 4 or 5 pieces of iron and a chest. To make one of these, you need nether crystal. And here's the worst part. I need to have 40 pieces of something first before I can start sorting. Yeah, it's dumb. Now, there is something I want to test, because somebody told me, and I went, wait, what? You can do that? So let's go. I'll need 40 pieces of dirt. Hey, look, dirt. Um, the thing is when you're early game, it's a maddening amount of expensive. It really is. 41, and Phil is here. Uppercase P-I-H. Okay. Okay. I want to try something here. It's that hopper there. This one? This one? Yeah, there we go. Take the iron out. So, actually, it's just, I need 10 in each. Ah, no. Yeah, and to me, this is ridiculous, right? So this is why I'm largely waiting for the copper golems to come out. Because the copper golems just look bluntly like a far more intelligent way of spending my time. Like, this was a major undertaking to build this. Oh, I like auto. I love doing redstone stuff as well. It's just that we're early game right now. Well, actually, the catch is that here we go. Now, let me go get my blobs of my block of iron ingots. Let's grab this. Yeah. Here we go. Let's grab my 55 iron ingots. Let's go up here, throw that in. This is something I read in a Reddit comment, and I don't believe them, but I want to see it. Mm-hmm. It does work. Okay, that changes everything. That dramatically changes everything. Because part of it was just simply could not afford the infrastructure required to run, the yeah, there we go. It's this one here, 28, right? Um, so stacks of 10 do it. Okay. So let me go get some more dirt and rename it. Let's put that up here. Hmm? What the hell? You're kidding me. We killed an anvil that fast? Okay. Good news. I just recovered a bunch of iron. Bad news. I need it all. Ugh. Wait a second. Okay, that's dirt. You go over here. There we go. Okay. Alright, so now I need to replace the anvil. Alright, so I need 3 iron blocks. 1, 2, 3. And then... yeah. Okay, so that was half my iron supply gone. Poppy flowers from the iron golem. Okay. That's interesting. That's a cool way to do that. Yep. Dirt is the thing I tend to have in huge supply just because of the amount of mining I do. Okay. All right. There we go. Next. Okay. That's a step in the right direction. I'll do some... yeah, because if I can get that 40 flint back... yeah, this, you can see the problem, right? It chews up a tremendous amount of resources. Coarse dirt, granite. Did I hear the latest DU news? Now, what is the latest DU news? Fill me in, Orbidity. Oh, dear. Ooh. Ooh. Well. That's, they're done. I mean, I've made my opinion on that pretty well known. You know, it's going to be hard to sell a for a yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna say that that's just, oh, wow. What a failure. They had so much potential. Oh, that's maddening. so many unforced errors. I mean, I understand that a certain amount of it was the internal politics of the organization with replacing the original visionary and blah, blah, blah. Because, as with most geeks, they don't know a damn thing about business. Um, but well, and I mean, as I've said many times, yep. Well, particularly in an era of games like Valheim and the like, the reality is that, we don't like to talk about it, but the asshole quotient on public MMOs is awful high. And, um, we all love the idea of an MMO, but really what we love is the ability to find new people to hang out and play with. That's really what we want MMO services for, is to introduce us to new people. But then, once we get into with a group of people, we form a guild and stop playing with anybody else anyway. Right? And so, to my way of looking at it, it's kind of weird, but also, maybe this is a better future. I don't know. I'm sufficiently annoyed. I had yet another minor financial disaster, which has put me buying a copy of My DU off for another 2 weeks. But that's fine. I need to replace the tires on my vehicle. Otherwise, I can't go to work. So much for buying a copy of My DU. Let's snooze. There we go. But yeah, I think one of the things that really did strike me with playing Valheim and now Minecraft with my friends is, bluntly, is I actually don't want a public server. It turns out that, in point of fact, a public server would be pretty much the last format I would choose to hang out with my friends. And a lot of the trouble that was, a lot of the problems that were caused, if you will, on the DU MMO server were largely caused. Yeah, but the point isn't. In GTA, it works because GTA is intended to be an adversarial game. Right? You have honor among thieves, and you shoot each other. Most other games are predicated around small-scale cooperation, large-scale conflict. Survival games are predicated around large-scale cooperation, small-scale conflict. And the biggest grinding problem I found, at least, when dealing with in DU, was that the professional MMO crowd were so much better at the conflict phase that it basically meant that there was an entire chunk of content that other players couldn't access safely. It's the same problem Eve has, ultimately. But Eve is sold on the basis of, come here and get your ass blown up a million times and maybe find some people to hang out with. And for some people that apply, but that's not, for example, why I play, what's this called? Valheim. I'm not there to fight with the other players in Valheim. Right? Okay, so I'm out of oak and I'm running low on cherry. Alright. Well, let's go harvest some cherry. And then we'll get back to our building project. Stop it. That's 60 people online with the settler server. That's fantastic. But what can you tell me about the... but, you know, the settler server, almost by definition, does not sound like a place which is curated for the benefit of assholes. You follow me? You know, it's not the settler homicide server. Yep. I'm looking for, and that's one of the big, and I'll be honest with you, the biggest, one of the biggest things interests I have in DU, is getting back to hanging out with a bunch of the folks I met playing DU, for sure. And as well, I want to spend a little bit of time, doing a pet project and seeing what I can do in terms of coding with it. So it's a long-term thing for me. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back into it and seeing what other people have done with it, because I know there's some amazing people, like in terms of just amazing smart people in the DU community. I've had the pleasure of hanging out with many of them, yourself included. So it will be fun to see how this goes. Ah, don't stand on that and chop it, you dummy. Oh, I'm on the... Okay, here we are. I find it so damn frustrating that just finances lately have been thwarting me every time I talk about getting a copy of my DU. But one of those scourges about having to be an adult. I suspect my sweetheart would have opinions if I was to say, so I've opted to not go to work this week so I could have a game to play. That's 40. Do I want to take one more down? I don't think I have the temperament for it. All right. Let's go. Some days I am quite content to just stand there and chop trees. Today is not that day. I have other things I want to work on today. Our bot is being exuberant to having someone to talk their tubes. Sorry, Obidity. So apologies for the bot spam. And we'll just shove all this in over here. That gives me some material to work with going forward. clean up a bit here. Okay. Now, about this mess. Right. Now, over here. If I shave this, cut this rise off, I think I get enough room to do what I want. Okay. So that's the first thing. The second thing, let's just stash. Okay. So, now, I need a bucket of water. Might have one here? No, I do not have a bucket of water there. Okay, I do have a dropper, which I need. And I already have a button in the other spot. Where would I have kept a bucket of water? I know I have 2 buckets of water around here somewhere. The question was, what was I thinking when I stashed them? I think they're over here. No, they're not. Alright. Well, that's awkward. Alright. Really don't have to build... Like I say, the frustrating thing about this is I know somewhere around here, stashed somewhere, obvious, I have 2 buckets of water. I do not want to go make another bucket just to go find the 2 buckets Okay, there's some bottles of water in here. I'm going to move 3 of those out of there for now. Oh, I know where they are. They are in the kelp farm. Yep, they're in the kelp farm. Okay. I think one of the things that really bothered me about about DU as it was run was that there was so much creativity in the community that they could have gotten a huge amount of work done just by saying something along the lines of, hey, if you come up with a cool mod, you know, whatever that might be, and we like it so much we think it should be in the game, we'll give you a free year of DU. Seems like a win to me. Like, it just seemed to me like there was just so much opportunity that they could have gotten so much development done by essentially virtual paying bounties for clever stuff. Right? But, again, just, they couldn't quite get there. Oh, show you the kelp farm. Okay. It is not a fully operational kelp farm. It is the start of a fully operational kelp farm. What I mean by that is, I didn't want to automate it fully because I didn't fully understand a couple things. So, I'll show you the idea. Now, keep in mind, this doesn't work properly. Okay? So, those sink to the bottom. All right? But there's a way to set this up to take advantage of the water currents. You see what that one just did? Now, if I wasn't punching, right, because if I'm close enough to punch, then they jump into my inventory, which we don't want. But, you see what just happened to that one? So if it gets into the current over here, it gets swept down into these two hoppers. The hoppers then go into these two chests for bulk storage in case it gets back when it gets backed up and automated. They feed into here and they go into this, which is a smoker, which automatically turns them into dried kelp. Right. So every once in a while, I throw a chunk of coal into this for now, and I'm up to 36 dried kelp. 9, of course, is a brick, and a brick is worth slightly more energy than a block of coal, as it works out. But the difference is that it's hard to make coal. You can make charcoal, but that's not really an energy positive solution. Kelp is energy positive. Once you get enough, once you get this thing fully automated, that it is constantly shearing off and sending down, so that there's always a couple of pieces drying, you could use kelp blocks to dry kelp, and it still produces more kelp than it uses. Energy positive, right? Can you make pistons? Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm using them for several... Well, actually, Here, let me show you my bridge. Welcome to my bridge. Now, I cannot do sticky pistons yet. But I have a daylight sensor over here. Simple redstone over that. So when sun is up, pistons extend, you can cross the bridge. Eventually, when I can make sticky pistons, I will do that, and then this will be more slab material that will get extended outwards, right? So, but for now I can do pistons. So yes, the idea is to put an observer at the top of each stack, and then when it grows to a certain height, you use a piston at the bottom of the heap to shave it off so that it's 1 block tall. And then if you set your water up right, and this is the hard part, I've got to review an online video. There's a way to have it so that it bubbles up to the surface and then gets swept along by a surface current, and that processes it. I've seen a couple cool videos. I just wanted to goof around with it myself, just to before I got into committing the amount of resources that it was going to cost to build all the pistons and stuff, and then find I hated it. Yeah, I just built a prototype. All right. So now back here. I need a piece of stone. Yep, I got that. Okay, I've got a dropper. Oh, and I need a button. Now. So what I'm going to do is here. And then on top of this, looking down, no, we're going to go up one more. And then on top of this, looking down, we put the dropper. Okay, I'll need to be 1 square further up, maybe? There. Can I do it like that? Okay, this is going to get weird, isn't it? Okay, I know how to do this. I know how to do this. Here we go. That should do it. Now, this is just a test piece. I don't need it as big as it would be in real life. Now, if I put a bucket of water in here, and I put a switch on here, nope. Yes, it is a dedicated server. That didn't work. I was hoping it would waterlog that block. Oh, I didn't put the water jug back. And I just spit it out sideways. Okay. Because... Right. If I do that, you see what happens. Okay, it does not soak the ground. Interesting. Alright. Okay. That's going to require some more thinking. There's got to be a way to do that. If I waterlog that block, what do you do? Nothing. Alright, if I build up... No, it doesn't. So... Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yeah, okay. Like slabs and stairs. Aha. Well then. Thank you. Let me go get a slab. So then if I put slab there... Nope, didn't do what I wanted. Okay. Alright, Alright, I'll come... Doopy-doopy-doo. Let's put that here, and waterlog that. Nope, it doesn't. I was hoping that if I waterlogged that, it would push the water laterally out into the other blocks, but it doesn't. Alright. It put the water under it, interestingly enough. Okay. Alright, that's going to require some more thinking. There's got to be a way to do that. Alright. What I want to do... One sec here. So what I want to be able to do is, so you saw the machine I had before, right? And what it was doing was spitting out a bottle of water, and maybe the problem is what the dropper is not the right tool to use. So what it was doing was spitting out a bottle of water and forcing water into blocks of mud or into blocks of soil to turn them into mud, right? And then there was dripstone underneath that, which would eventually dry it out, turn that to clay. Well, that's cool, but it's a little small scale. I want something a little bit bigger scale that I can do. Let's say not, what is it? 7 blocks in all directions is water, right? A water flow. So what I was hoping was if I saturated a block via a dropper, for example, bucket of water, saturate a block, water would then permeate out through the soil, turn the whole thing to mud, and then I could continue on. But that doesn't seem to work. So there's got to be a way to do it. I'll look it up online. I've got other things. So that's interesting experiment. Not workable right now. Don't. My interest in fighting with it has just gone away. So gonna get a nap. On to the next project. And I need to get myself a battalion of cats. Alright, next. Yeah, actually I want to go this way anyway. Duh. Alright. I have so many things I want to do. They get in each other's way. Alright. There's a little bat hanging out around here. That's cool. Alright. This whole thing has to come down now. Goodbye, cruel world. Let me get another barrel. As a project storage. Well, I'm using this already, actually, aren't I? Yeah, I am. Okay, we'll tuck these into here. And I need to bring this back. Okay. Okay. Fine, I hate you too. That's not what I meant, but okay, here I am. And honestly, at the point it's just going to do that anyway. That's not quite what I meant. Every time I start thinking I'm getting good at this game, I do something stupid like that. Forgot to crouch. Okay. One more back, I think. Yeah, we'll do that. And then these have got to go. They're in my way. I can just replant them. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of, take this down as well. And there we go, got that. Alright, and then this facing here needs to get moved back 2 blocks. What am I doing? There we are. Every once in a while, weird behaviors. Like that? What is this? Okay, I'll go fix it because that kind of stuff just drives me nuts. Like, I know what causes that. It's just dumb that the game permits it. That's weird. That's really weird, actually. Why is it generating a current here? There we go. That's what the problem is. Yeah, just weird. Like I say, I don't understand why the game even permits that behavior. There we go. Let's do that. Oh yeah, but my point is that in a situation like this, why would it? It's surrounded on at least vertically on several sides by full water blocks. Why wouldn't it just, for lack of a better way of putting it, if it can sort of look around and in four directions see two water blocks in every direction, but the one in the middle is not, why wouldn't it just say, okay, that's obviously a lot of water, fill in? Now, this is the part where I need to start doing, oh, hello, B. I need to start doing some measuring. I need 5 wide up here. I guess you're going to have to come down too. You're in the way. One, two, three, four. I need one more. Okay, so right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, that'll do. Now, is that no? That's 6, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay, that's fine. A little too wide is better than not 5. Okay, now let's go here. I'm gonna need a lot of these. Okay. Right. Okay, that looks cool. fill this in like so. And then here, okay, we're gonna 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5 is that. Okay. And then, okay, for now I'll just do this. No, not that. Wrong one. Like that and like that. That leaves me then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, got it. And you're in the way. Ah, I see what the problem is. I did ghost trees. They bother me. All right. Okay. All right. All right, you're here. Now what? Okay, this needs to come out of here. Now, I think this, like that. And then I need, oh yes, this, I got distracted. Okay, there we go. That gets you out of the way. And then here I need that, that, and that. And then these have got to go. All right, now, and then I want to get rid of this one and that one. Those two. And then we're going to do that. That's better. that's okay. I fix. Fine. I'm gonna need to make a lot more mud bricks. Because what's that? That's 3, 5, 7 to do a row. So I'll need like, what, 70 more? Oops, not you. Yeah, 35 at least. Yeah, 35. And then I gotta figure out the rest. Okay, so now... But you see the idea. Now, the next thing I need to do is do a test. I think the magic number is 7. Actually, that's a good temporary investment, I think. But I think the magic number is 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 7 would be there. Okay, it is not 7. So what's it doing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh, thank you. So 1, 2, 3, 4 would put the line here. Ah, I see what's happening. It's not advancing because it has a way out. So if I wanted to water those ones... Okay. Huh. Okay, so it made a solid block there. Okay, interesting. All right, so that changes... Okay, so if I try and run out that extra length... Okay, well that's interesting. You go away. Now, if I sit this block of water here, for example, what do you do? You just pour straight forward. And, yeah, because not really water physics. It is an interesting game, isn't it? Um, all right. All right. I'm really tempting fate here with creepers, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go turn the sun back on, and then get back to working on that. Okay. So now that I know what was going on, let's shovel this out of here. And let's see what it does. Okay. That was more or less what I wanted. So, much easier than I thought. Now. Okay. All right. So now I need to make a lot more, as I say. Okay. Blah. All right. So You can see why I wanted to automate this process. Well, let's just tempt this. There. Isn't there a way to... Is it control click? No. There we go. It's just double click the same square. That's it. Okay. And I'm just going to keep the shovel here because otherwise this is just going to take too long. Yeah, definitely going to have to come up with a good way to automate this. Give me a minute here. We're gonna take a minute and watch a video together, I think. Because this is going to make me unhappy. One row is 2 bricks. I need 35. I need 35 bricks. You see the problem, right? So one sec. We're going to watch a video together. Okay, fine. Hmm. Sorry for the ads. Come on. Quickly here. Got things to do. Thank you. All right. There we go. That's what I was looking for. All kinds of great ideas in this one. We have a crop wheat, bone meal. What's this one? Clay. 15 dripstone. Okay, that's fine. I'm actually want mud, so that's not that big a deal. Okay, what are you doing? Mm-hmm. Yep, got it. I know this part. Mm-hmm. Show me the clever part. How are you making the mud? Ah. Okay. Okay, so they're not doing anything clever with the actual mud creation. They're just putting the water source right there. Okay. Essentially speeding it up by only having the one bottle. Okay. Let's try that. Go have a nap. And we'll make a mud rack. Because 3 by 5 is 15. That'd give me 5 bricks a go. If it's just click 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 harvest, that's not so terrible. All right. There we go. It's just double click the same square. I don't know why I'm having trouble with that. Well, we have a lot of this. Well, actually, we don't. We don't have a lot of anything, actually. Let's get this out of here. Stone brick. Okay, well, I think I'm just going to do this out of cobblestone to test it. And then, well, we'll see what I have in inventory. If I have some cheap wood, Ah, there we go. Burst stairs. That'll do it. Okay, let's go try that. Let's put that up there. We can do that for now. Okay. Let's start with this here. We'll fill that in. Okay. No, go away. I'm not watching that again. Okay, so a 3x5 hole, which was really the issue. We'll go this way for now. One, two, three, four, and then 5 would be there. No, too small. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, I get it. So then 3x5, I would want 5x7 for the interior. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. And then this way has to be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. And then we fill the interior with dirt. And then we spend several minutes moving water. We would only need 1 glass bottle, officially. Put that there. So really very similar to how I did the sugarcane build. Oops, I grabbed the wrong one. Well, the good news is I can now work from here. Whoops, not you. And yeah, I keep forgetting that I only have to do in every second block, don't I? By definition. There we are. Okay. So then what they're doing is just... Yep, that does go much quicker. Okay. One sec. House chatting with me. Okay. All right. So then we would excavate this mess. Why are... Oh, you're wearing a hat. And you are attacking me across mud. This is just kind of funny, in fact. Thank you. Go away. What? No hat? Bastard. All right. Actually, what am I doing here? Okay, let's get back to the way I usually set myself up. There we are. Okay. There. That should do it. Ah, I'm out of shovel. Okay, let me go get a new shovel. Or, no, wait a second. Don't I have a buildy brick up here? No, I don't have a buildy thing up here. Buildy thing's down here. You're not going to help you with making mud either, are you? No, no, of course not. Jerk. Okay. And then I just fill it back in again. Oops. Yep, this is much faster. Slightly silly, but much faster. Okay. I say slightly silly because what it doesn't do, oddly enough, is wet the... You know, you'd figure, you know, again, just weird physics. I have to sprinkle water with a bottle to a brick surrounded by water, right? Now, for industrial brick making, I can totally see this being of value. So yeah, there will probably be I'll probably be building a brick making plant underneath this thing. Incidentally, for anyone who's wondering why did you decide to make a stream about making mud, the short version is because bluntly, if you're playing the game, you want to, you know, if you want to be able to use mud bricks, I have some bad news for you. This is what it looks like. Even when I was streaming Dual Universe, Eve, any of those games, I do not gloss over the boring stuff because, bluntly, if you're playing the game, you're gonna spend a lot of time doing exactly what I'm doing right now. And if that doesn't sound fun to you, it's not a good game for you. You know, no, it's not challenging. No, it's not the most rewarding gameplay loop I've ever encountered. It doesn't even factor into the, the reality is, though, is that since I can't buy this, guess what I have to do? And, by definition, if there being no easy way to, manage this, obviously this is the intention of the developer. This is the game they want you to play. Okay. I, unfortunately, am a quote artist, and I have a particular way I want this to look, and the only way it looks right is if I use mud brick, so guess what I'm doing? I will admit, not my favorite part of the game. Okay. Almost done. Incidentally, if you're out there and watching this either right now or on the VOD, do me a favor and post your links in the comments if there's an automated mud farm that you're aware of. Something that basically takes care of this process that doesn't involve it basically breaking as soon as more than a couple of the the water bottles are empty or whatever. Yeah, because I haven't yet come up with a good way to do this. Oh, fuck off. Ow! Who shot me? There he is. Okay, let me get... I need cover. Oh, frig. There's a creeper out here, too. That's it. I'm out. Why is there a creeper wandering around here? Is it dark? No, it's not night. Okay, you're gonna ruin everything if I leave you there. Good, gone. Okay. Where is he? Stupid skeleton. Alright, fine. Where did he go? Okay. Harshing my vibe, man. Oh, hello, Ebony. Are you going to come visit? There you go. And you settle in. That was probably the worst possible way to do that, but anyway. Oops. No, not there. No, not there either. Okay. All right. So now, yeah, it's back down here. I have a lot of bricks to make. You see the problem, yeah? All right, go harvest a bunch of wheat. There. Hope that should get close enough to irrigate those bricks now. Okay, there we go. Let's put this chest back. And then we'll keep a stack of 64 in there. And we'll put both hose. Actually, what I'm going to do before I do that. Alright. There we go. Run the rest of this stuff back to the composter. Pitch the zombie meat away. There we go. Okay. On to the next thing. You know, actually, we got a bunch, Armored Assault Dwarf brought a whole bunch of hay bales home. Let's just use those. We'll take half. Okay. Well, that ought to be enough. Oh, wait a second. I can still do a bit more? Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. Okay, might have gone overzealous then on the brick making, but yeah, sure. Now, really, okay. So I need 2 lengths of 7. With my emotional support brick. Actually, you know, folks, before we get going, I'm going to take just a brief minute and I'm going to go refill my mug and get a snack, and then we'll continue. I just realized I haven't really gotten up out of the chair in 2 hours, so. So we'll park you here with a good view of everything looking this way. George has been through again. And we'll be right back. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Thanks for your patience. All right. Now, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right. Officially, that should be it. Oops, wrong one. All right, get this filled in. All right. So now, okay. Yeah, I way overdid the dirt work, but that's okay. So you go there. And then you go there. And then there. Oops. Nope. Wrong button. There we are. Okay, that's what I wanted to figure out. There we are. Yep. Yeah, water looks a little bit thicker going over the edge here, which is what I want. Okay, that's good. Okay. Now, one, two, three, 4, 5, 6. That'll do. Yes, I have my letters. Good. And then actually, something, something. Okay, and we'll go back. Like so. Ah, out of shovel. I guess we will go make more shovel. All right. Nap time. did I do here? Oh, that's what I did. Now, let's just do the intelligent thing first. Unusually. Hmm. Okay. Oh, missed that one down here. Mm-hmm. Looks good. I like this. Maybe I didn't go as overkill on brick making as I thought. I may not have enough left to do detailing. There. Okay. Now, first thing I need to do is waterlog the ladder, right? Well, actually, no. With the stairs here, I don't need the ladder. Yeah. Okay. And then this has to come out of here. Right? And yeah, we'll just get rid of this. Okay. No, not you. There we go. Because, you know, whole bloody pool right there. Interesting. Now, at this point, yep, that's what I thought. Oh, no. It did not do that. In fact, it undid that. All right. Mm. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm literally experimenting with water shapes right here. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So this creates a stable well, but that doesn't. Hmm. So if I soak this one here, no, that doesn't do anything. Interesting. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Hmm. So what does this mean? Well, first off, you have to fill from the bottom. Um, this obviously doesn't do it, because the problem is now is I can't actually, because of the way it interprets void spaces, you can't actually see where the problems are. And I can't, for example, let's see, can I, like here is a partial block, but I can't put water into it. That's right. So yeah, there's a limit to how much you can do with this ultimately. Like you can't, you know, trying to come up with a way to get it to patch itself. So what I'll wind up having to do is block this, pack this full of dirt, and then flood it from the bottom in the morning. Which is just, again, the way that it interprets the water fill mechanics is just strange. Actually, there might be a way around that problem. That'll be something to try in the morning. Wait a second, he said. No, I'm going to bed. You can't stop me. Mwahahaha. I'm in charge here. Mwahaha. You can mani- Yes. And that was what I was just thinking, actually, when I said there's something I can try in the morning. Um, right. Because, yes, what I could do, for example, I think, and then saturate these blocks. No, didn't do it. There we are. Right. And then do the same thing over here. Now, it still produces this really bizarre current, but that's not necessarily bad. Right? And then... Go away, George. Busy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, George. Go away. I'm busy. Of course, if you want to come in here and pick a fight, go ahead. There we go. Got that one fixed. Nope. Well, that's not... Honestly, that's not terrible. At least there's a big gaping bloody hole in the middle of the pool. Yeah. Okay. So now it's just this block here, maybe? Yep, got it. Okay. So then, officially, and then I saturate this block. Right? Ugh, okay. There we go. Now that's not necessarily a problem. Yeah, it will be. Yeah, that looks terrible. Now, officially, if there are two full blocks on each side, that should create a stable. But you see what... Okay, so that's obviously not a full block beside it. Let's try that again. Now, if I take this one out of here... Okay. Well... And then... stand over here. Yep. So, yeah, this is just kind of maddening, in fact. Right? So, yeah, I think the easiest way to fix this is just going to be to fill it in with dirt and redo it. Which is annoying, right? But it's just the behavior of the game. And flood from lowest working up, not from top working down. That's the ultimate lesson there. Thank you, George. Appreciate the present. I don't know. To me, it just seems obvious that if you have, two solid blocks on one side, two solid blocks on the other, and a two air gap in the middle, just fill in the two air gap. You know, whatever metric you want to use, but because it prevents reasonable flooding, right? Filling from the bottom up, or sorry, from filling from the top down, rather. Okay, now is this actually stable water? Okay, that's entirely expected behavior. We can flood that one. We can flood that one. Now we have now we've got stable water. Okay. I made more work for myself than I needed to just there, but that's fine. Yeah, I screwed that up, but that's okay. So now if I take this one out, it fills in. Thank you. And but does not here. Okay. That's nice. We'll take that. Okay, I think that has largely unscrewed the whole thing. Seems to be doing what I want. Okay, there. Something, something. That looks okay, I think. Yep, like that. Now, the hard part. Yeah, I'll need some more brick. Actually, I'll need some more brick. So for that, I will need more wheat, I think. Yeah. Mud to make brick, no problem. That I've got covered. Brick to make brick, on the other hand, wheat to make brick, on the other hand, little more. I've got some over there I can hijack. That's not really ready for harvest. Here we go. That's 8. That gets me up to 15. Might be able to get away with that. Ooh, not really. Well, we'll try. And, wow, wrong way. Okay. So here, we're going to do this and this. And then here goes one of those. Yeah, and then that goes there. And then, can I get rid of this? I think I can. There we go. That really does beg for a lantern, doesn't it? We do that next. So what we're going to do is maybe another one of those here. Oh, can't do that here. All right, so that has to go back to the way it was. What's the... Okay. All right, so I need a bunch of clay brick. So that I can build a little bridge over that. But I'm liking that. But yes, needs a couple lanterns. Go. Yeah, I'm gonna need more brick. Absolutely will need more. There we go, like that. For now, we'll just sit this one over here. And we'll adjust this in a moment. Yeah, what I'll do is so I need enough brick to do a bridge here, and then an arch back there, and I think that'll look great. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, came back. My monitor blanked on me for a sec. Every once in a while, that means the compression brick is about to misbehave. Okay. Good enough. Oh, that was really bad. Yes, it did irrigate those last 2 hexes. Excellent. Of course, it occurs to me with all the bone meal I have, next time I'm just going to grab a stack or 2 of bone meal and come down here and bone meal the whole pile. Right? Like, duh. Okay, that gives me 30 more bricks I can make. Well, 38, yeah. Okay, that might be enough to get what I need done. We'll see here. Oh, we have... Not going to miss that. We'll take it. Some spares and extras. And then... Do I need one more? Yeah, I will. Okay. So now, this mess. It'll be easier to change the other side than change this. So let's change this. Right? That will go there. This will go here. That. And we go across, and we do the exact opposite here. Right. That's what I was afraid of. Okay, so now that'll go there. Yeah, okay. Reconditioning required. Dirt, something I have a lot of. Okay, so this goes here, and here. Yep. I'm just going to convert the whole stack, and then I'll go make some more. Yeah, because, wow. Oops. Ooh, ow. Long way down. That. Now, I can cut some slabs. Oh, wait a second. I have slabs. Awesome. Now this, I need to take the... Oh, yeah, okay, that's not quite what I meant. Um... Did it again. That. Okay. Okay, that gets me like so. And then I can start maneuvering the path. Zap you out as well. Tack another block in here. And then... there. That looks mostly reasonable in terms of a transition. And we got the little crossing here. Okay, cool. Then oh, this is going to be annoying. Got it. There we go. A little bit of color, right? And then we're going to do the same thing here. Oh, I don't... Do I have a tough brick slab? That would be better. Chiseled. Let's drag that along with me. No, I don't. Okay. I don't want that too. Really? Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Ah, bloody hell, I stuck myself. Alright. Well, not nearly as clever as I thought. Not that that's really surprising. No, don't do that either. That's a thought now, isn't it? Yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah. It doesn't change what I want to change. It doesn't alter the fact I want to change this piece. But what it does do is mean I can do it with that. Oh, no, it didn't go in the right place. No, I just did it again. Actually, yeah, we'll keep that. Okay, so let me go make that. And there we go. Right, a little bit of color, a bit of change. Now, I have go, right? Now, how... No, that's way too loud. Let's go see what else I got. The tough brick is a really good color for that. We could go with the chiseled stone. We can use the tough brick stairs. We do have terracotta. Ah, there we go. All right. So let's start out with 10 of those. Then let's do... We'll just do 4 of those. Yeah, that's probably enough. Let's go see what that gives us. Okay. So then we'll go with a piece of the chiseled stone underneath it. Really, I'm not really in the mood for this, dude. Thank you for the egg. I have plenty, but I appreciate you dropping one off. Okay, let's do this. And then that. That's not gonna eck. Really, dude? I'm busy. Apparently it's going to be one of those evenings. So if I was to do that, I'd have to bulk this area out, which I can do, like so. And then, right, so that you can walk around this. That works. And then just regular chiseled, I think, on top. Right, and then we do this again. Like so. Really? Come on, guys. I know something you don't know. Sun's coming out. Oh, for gosh sakes, you're everywhere. What the hell did I do to you guys? Oh, no, that's gonna kill me. I mean, I'm right next door, but that's not the point. The point is that's aggravating. And now I have 2 drowned in my pond. You know, you bees could be a lot more. It could be a lot more aggressive about the guy who keeps you supplied with honey. That's it. Come on out, guys. Nope, they're just deep enough I can't get at them. There we go. All that gold, not and not a piece dropped. What a pain. Like, you stingy bugger. Alright, let's go back to what I was working on. Okay, so I need to put a block of dirt here. I need to cut this tree back. And then here... Go away, George. Right, that looks okay. And then ta. Yeah, I see you, George. Don't want to talk. Now. Ooh. Nope, I like the contrast. So we're going to stick with that. There we go. Really do kind of feel like this thing needs guardrails. I can do one on each side, maybe. Let's see. Well, actually, hello. Nope, wrong way. Nope, can't do what I want. How could I do what I want? Block there. Yeah, I think... Okay. That. And then get rid of one of these. And then... No, not that. Nope, that's not it. There. Yep, I like that. Okay. Yeah, that works. Whee! Bye-bye. Okay, cool. Yep, I like that. Um... Right, I like that. Nope, looks terrible. And there we go. Okay. Now, last thing I need to do is under there. And that's going to be a bunch more brick of the clay brick. But it's coming along. It's starting to look okay. All right. Let's... Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased. Pretty pleased. Right? Yeah, I like that. There. A little bit of light coming up to this area. Okay, let's go put that away. Best thing about this is that I'll get enough, that we'll be able to make enough bone meal in the next week to recover what it is I used here. This doesn't even really register. Like, the amount we produce and forget to use is kind of ridiculous. Okay. Wow, went through all that. That's fine. I stomped a piece. Fuck, I hate when I do. Oh, that annoys me. Okay, well, let's mow the whole thing down. Oops. Little bit too enthusiastic with the mowing. Oh, no, not that. There. There we go. Go drop this stuff off in the composter, go get some sleep. And make some more brick in the morning. You see what I mean, right? Okay. And thank you so much, game, for reminding me of my bitter failures. All right. Okay. No, it's not what that is what I'm looking for. Okay. Now, down here. There we go. Okay. So you go away. Just can't quite get the angle right. Okay, I'll just go up and do it. No, not you. Like that is what I wanted to do, and I realized I didn't make as much of this as I could. What am I missing? Oh, I'm out of mud. Alright, well, that's not a bad problem to have. We'll stash this in here for now. I'll go batch up some more, but not on stream. Okay, so that gets me 2 squares there. go, right? We want that. And then here, like that. There we go. Little bit of cantilevering, right, for the look of it. Just like that. One in between. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Right, I want to do that and that. Ugh. We could instead do this. That works. It actually works okay. Okay, we could do that too. And nope, not you. There we go. And I think, and then maybe a gravel or something to look like packing there. I think that'll work. Not gravel, but cobblestone. Doesn't need to be a lot, a handful of squares. That'll do it. Come on, piss off. There we go. There we go. Oh. That's unfortunate for the squid, but okay. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, I like that. That block there is, quote, wrong, but I can't fix it right now. It's probably a similar problem on the other side, but that's all stuff that can be tidied off as time and tide permit. Probably that whole column needs to be replaced, but we'll see. That might be a good candidate to do in gravel, in cobblestone, actually. I'll replace it for now in cobblestone, just to get the contrast out of it. Yeah. I like it. I think that does the job pretty well. I like the fact that the clay leaks, so every once in a while you see these little dribbles of water come down through the... right? I like that. Unintended, don't get me wrong. I like it, though. And there we are. I think that makes more sense there. Okay. That's it. We're done. Well, now we got the landscaping to do. All right. So... definitely going to want flowers. We're just going to scatter flowers everywhere around here. There we go. And and then I need 2 birch trees. Go nap because I don't want to fight with zombies while trying to plant trees. And then we'll need a little bit more bone meal. Possibly some fussing around with the shears. We'll see. Okay. Let's, first off, let's grab these. Hey! Oh, bloody hell. Ah, magenta dye. Okay, that's interesting. All right. Let's go get up to my garden here. Let's get a couple roses. Definitely want a couple of these. There we go. All right, that's cool. Okay, and then let's get the shears out. And we'll grab... Ah! There's a bee stuck up there. Hang on, bee. I save you. All right. Let's put the kelp in here. The dye, the torches. Gunpowder. Alright, so the first thing is, let's figure out where the trees go. I think we're going to resort to my usual tried and true tactic. Okay, so I need to chew this block up. There we go. You'll go there. And then, keeping in mind what that'll look like in the future, we're going to do a bit of this. I think that looks pretty damn cool, doesn't it? Oh, you... Ooh, okay, that's good to know. right. A fascinating thing we just did learn. All right. Well, very cool. There. And there's our relaxation spot. I'm tempted to go buzz up some more bushes and extend the hedge along here. Right? Like so. Let's see what we can do with this. Oh yeah, I got plenty. A metric oodle. Here we are. Okay, I think we can call that. I think we can pretty confidently call that done. Oh, I need to get rid of this, obviously. Come on, get out of there. You're messing up my pool. Thank you. There we go. All right, let's take advantage of this thing and go have a look from up high. Okay, folks, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah. Yep. I are happy with that. Yep. I think the rest of the gang is going to like that. Yeah, that's cool. And once the other tree grows up in this corner, I think it's going to look great. We'll have to put some Quotiki torches around just because otherwise that area is going to get dark. But, do I have any torches on me? No, I'm out. Okay, let's go fix that right now. And then we can pack up our supplies for that project. Oh, I forgot I had a bunch of this. Oh, glow lichen. Forgot I had a bunch of that too. I had all that stuff in inventory and completely forgot. I need to learn to come back in here and look. Or remember to, not learn. I know, I just keep forgetting. There we go. Can't put a torch there. Okay. Right. You know what? We can put one here. And I think that does the job. Between the other two lanterns and everything else, I think that ought to keep the place. That ought to be safe, right? because I'm paranoid. There. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's better. Yeah, I like it, folks. Wee! Kaplunk. Yeah, I really like that. Yep, I'm happy. Okay. Okay, rebuilt the waterfall canal from just dirt and cobble to mud brick and tuff. Added a relaxation pool and garden. Looks great. Okay. Here we go. Oh, yeah. So there we are, folks. That looks pretty darn cool, I think. Um, yeah, really pleased about that. I think that probably the next place that's going to get developed is this area over here. I don't know if I'm going to shave that hill flat and just keep going, or if I'm going to round it a bit and build up on top or whatever, but I'll probably, like, I want to keep two squares between the sugarcane setup and whatever I build here. So probably what I'll do is I'll use one row of blocks as an elevation change and then work with the rest. Don't know what that'll be yet. But yeah. I think it looks cool. I'm very pleased. Mm. All right. Well, folks, I think that's it for today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I do appreciate you. If you're catching this later on the VOD, thank you as well. I do appreciate your time. As always, you can get a hold of me, 902 PE Gaming. I'm easy to find on social media. Either email or Threads is the one you tend to see me on a lot.